My face changes, my words change, my beliefs change, because I carry within me the essence of a perpetual quest. At every stage of my life, I take the form that truth demands of me. I am not a man of certainties. I am a being who embraces transformation because truth itself is always in motion. Там еще трохи тексту.
Simply a Jew, nor a Christian, nor a heretic. I am all these things and none of these things at the same time. Within me, Shekinah and Mary, Christ and the Messiah are joined, not as separate figures, but as facets of one divine reality. My transformations are not betrayals, they are revelations. Every time I change, I show another aspect of the hidden truth that so many seek and so few find. My role is not to fix certainties in stone, but to remind others that every certainty can be transcended. Quindi на цьому сцені не потрібно жодного світла на нікому. Не потрібно на Юру? Ні, не потрібно на неї. На неї не потрібно. My role is not to fix certainties in stone, but to remind others that every certainty can be transcended. What you call betrayal, I call transcendence. What you see as change, I see as divine fluidity. In the visible world, we need forms, symbols, but these forms are only temporary garments. Just like me, they are not eternal. I was born in the flesh, but my essence transcends the flesh. That is why I do not fear change, because each transformation brings me closer to the pure essence. First, I stood before Rev Mordecai, and Rev Mordecai, praying and invoking the most powerful words, touched my lips over and over. Okay, pause. Тоді є ця частина тут. Я тобі скажу коли, я тобі даю маленький тук, і тоді я хочу, щоб ви могли підсвітити Артура. Чудово, але поволі. Окей. Окей. Так, я розумію. Але, це окей, насправді, мені так подобається. Так, тоді, окей. Тоді ти пам'ятаєш, як ми це зробили? First, I stood before Red Mordecai, and Red Mordecai, praying and invoking the most powerful words, touched my lips over and over, and my eyes, and my eyebrows, and then he spread a kind of herbal unction over my forehead, and that so that my eyes got glassy, and he grew quiet, docile. Everything happened so quickly. I suddenly got an erection, and my skin became covered in sweat. I had bulging, unseen eyes, and I was sort of buzzing. Then I was thrown down on the ground, and there I remained in a strange, contorted position, shaking all over. It lasted but a moment. Then, from underneath, I began to slowly flow a stream of urine. I will never forget what I lived there, and I have never lived anything so real that might testify to how foreign we are to the spirit in our earthly, corporeal, material forms. I am an avatar, an incarnation of divine energy, taking the faces that time demands. My enemies call me a charlatan because they cannot bear the idea of a fluid identity. They seek unshakable dogmas, fixed points of reference, but I tell them truth has no fixed anchor. It is like water, it flows and changes form according to the vessel that holds it. I am that fluid being. I am the water that flows through the centuries, taking the shape of every vessel, but never captive to just one. Ви знаєте що? Ми будемо прибирати цю частину. Ми будемо залишити це все в темряві. Я просто вважаю, воно є дуже дивно тільки на цю одну частину поставити. Я знаю, що ти можеш, нам просто не. Побачимо, що так. Давай пару хвилин. Продовжуємо. I change because the truth I carry within me. Then ми хочемо заховати цю пластику за collective put up to me. Добре. Просто
Το φτιάξα. Ναι, αλλά ουσιαστικά παρατήρησα ότι στο Chrome είναι white. Ναι. Γιατί δεν το κατέβασα. Α, ναι. Ωραία. Άκου, δεν επήγει τώρα. Άκου, δεν επήγει τώρα, γιατί έχω δύο αυτή τη στιγμή.
Από το πάντως
Και είναι μια χαρά.
ένα από σαφάρι σου το κάνει το...
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. We hear you. Yes. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes. Can you hear me? Is it too loud? Should I be louder? Should I be...
широкий план. Просто широко.
Am I too loud?
Then suddenly, as though from some unexpected impact, Yenta sees everything from above. She is surprised to discover that she
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Am I too loud? I will advance something. Ćao, ja sam Teodora, drago mi je da radim s vama ovaj projekat. Drago mi je. Ćao, ja sam Teodora, drago mi je da radim s vama projekat. Baš je super raditi sa vama. It's better? No. No, okay, I have some issues. Thank you. We are fixing that in 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you. But thank you.
You want to check it? How it's it's okay? Uh, I can talk a little bit more to you will be sure that it's working properly. Now I think it's okay.
We just have to check the microports and we will be ready.
Sorry.
Yes, yes.
Just give us a second. Tasho, now it's a good time for the mic check if you want to check this one. It's not ready yet. Okay. Can you turn off your computer or sound? Okay. Can you hear us?
1, 2, 1, 2. Yes. One, 1, 2, test.
Κλείσε τον ήχο σου. Mute. Mute το... Because I'm yelling.
And because she's yelling, I can yell as well.
Wait. Is it mute? Okay. Now we're ready.
Okay, and can you read the fragment of the text just to give us like a 30 seconds? Exists. 40. There exists in any source, that is, in the infinite itself, in the divine source, absolute good, which is the origin and source of all perfection and all good in the world. It is perfection, and perfection requires no alteration. It is dignified and immovable. There can be no movement in it. For us, who look upon it from the other side of creation, from afar, this motionlessness seems dead, and therefore bad. Yet perfection excludes movement, creation, change, and therefore the very possibility of our freedom. That is why it is said that in the depths of absolute good, the root of all evil is conceived. And that root is the negation of every miracle, every movement, and all that is possible, and all that might still happen. For us, then, for people, good
good is something other than what it is for God. For us, good is the tension between God's perfection and his withdrawal in order that the world might arrive. For us, good is the absence of God from where he could instead be.
Okay, thank you. And Chrysanthi?
Okay. Κάθε κατάσταση μου φαίνεται ατελείωτη. Όταν προσπαθώ να την περιγράψω. Και από αδυναμία το στυλό πέφτει από τα χέρια μου. Η περιγραφή
Krzysiu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We have a problem because the transmission is glitching. Moment, tak, Karino? Wait, no. I think it maybe because there is a lot of more of these NPCs here. I don't know. Maybe it's a connection problem on some side.
What is happening? What is happening? Hello?
Halo, Krzysiu, słyszysz mnie?
Tak, słyszę cię.
Krzysztofie,
Czy ty
okej.
mnie słyszysz?
No, tak, też ciebie słyszę. Posłuchaj, Krzysztofie, transmisja się glitchuje w tym momencie. Nie wiem, czy jakby jak wejdziesz do VR-u, to się jakoś poprawi, bo widzę, że teraz jesteś w tym lobby VR-owym, przeglądasz jakieś światy. Czy ktoś przegląda?
Transmisja. Tak, teraz jestem w VRChacie.
No to jest pikseloza gruba.
Pikseloza gruba.
Si, si, senior. Tutaj powoli się to poprawia, jak zostawiasz i nie ruszasz, ale to tylko powoli i tak nie jest idealnie. Wczoraj było lepiej.
Krzysiu, jeszcze jedna informacja ode mnie. Kiedy mogę liczyć na link do streama?
Do streama. No, tam pisałem ci, że czekam na niego.
Okej.
I próbuję znaleźć ten świat, ale nie mogę znaleźć tego świata. No po prostu tutaj, poza tym, że przeglądam jakieś światy, a... Nie, tutaj jest.
Again? Link do udostępnienia tam jest taki. O, ledwo widzę twój ekran, bo się tak, że tak powiem, zgliczowało, ale tam jest coś takiego jak link do podłączenia, czyli invite link.
Gdzieś może jest, ale nie wiem gdzie. No też już raz tego szukałem i nie mogłem znaleźć.
Okej, momencik, zaraz to zobaczę.
Maybe I will. No.
Może tak być. Trudno, ja chciałem tylko zobaczyć, jak to wygląda.
Ja też nie widzę tego invite linka. YouTube preview.
Okej, bo wydawało mi się, że coś takiego było, ale zaraz zobaczę.
Zobacz może u siebie albo wejdź po prostu na YouTube.
Okej.
Ja sam sebe
Kamil, a to jest tak, że inne kanały widzicie normalnie, a tego nie widzicie jakby...
Już zobaczę.
Ten wasz kanał wideo zrobił się taki trochę dziwny, jakby nie wiem, czy wy jakiegoś takiego przejścia używacie, transition jakiegoś?
Tak. Mamy dwie kamery i dajemy czasem na pół, żeby taki robić miks.
A pokaż Leandrę teraz, ten kanał Leandra. Tam u was.
Już? Teraz wygląda lepiej.
I co, mówisz, że gliczuje?
No teraz kompresję widać było przez chwilę. Wiesz co? To jest wtedy, kiedy ruszasz kamerą w tym VR-ze. Jak stoisz, jest mniejszy problem, czyli musi być tak, że procesor już trochę nie wyrabia. Now it's terrible. It went full.
I don't know, because for me it's somehow visible. Is it like that other streams are somehow more visible for you? Because
Yeah.
sometimes...
Yeah, Greece was clear. Greece was clear. Yep. Yeah, Greece looks clear on VRChat.
Panowie, a możemy robić tak, że jak dajecie tę kamerę, kiedy ją tak łączymy z tym obrazem, to dajecie po prostu ten taki ogólny kadr, ten
Okej.
taki czysto, na czysto, że...
Tak, czyli chcesz cały czas, za każdym razem, kiedy przełączasz na nas ogólny kadr, tak?
Tak, tak, tak. I tam na samym końcu jakby możecie troszkę jakiegoś zbliżenia tak w tym, co wysyłacie.
Dobra, bo w tetrahedronie na przykład...
Zbliżenia robić jakby na swoje ekrany, jakby lokalnie, a tutaj utrzymywać ten taki plan z tym działaniem tutaj.
Tylko to jeszcze jest popodpinane tak, że to, co leci na nasze ekrany lokalne, też leci do ciebie, ale to nie jest jakieś... Jedyne co to na przykład na ten tetrahedron było zbliżenie na ręce Taszy i wydaje mi się, że to jakoś działało, że były same ręce. Ja też przyznaję, że nie mogę się powstrzymać czasami, żeby sobie zrobić zbliżenie na coś i to pomiksować, ale dobra, będę się starał po prostu za każdym razem przygotować ogólny plan.
Nie, to wiesz co, no, to może bez po prostu takiego przenikania, no, jakby to jak chcesz to na ostro po prostu daje zbliżenie, a bez takiego jakby łączenia tych dwóch, bo wtedy to się tak trochę rozmywa jakby ten obraz, jakby robi się trochę niewyraźny i jeszcze mniej się skleja z tym wirtualnym ten, więc jasne, jak tam poczujesz coś, to rób, ale...
No dobra, spoko.
Teraz wygląda spoko, no. Ten, tylko rozumiem, że ta jakość jest jakby niezadowalająca.
No tak, no jest, dalej są pikselki i to takie bardzo, więcej jest pikselków niż nie pikselków.
Okej, a zróbmy mic check, Orbit, ten, przeczytasz jakiś fragment, taki 30 sekund? Coś tam w środku?
Twój najbliższy tekstur. Hop. Dobra, mam. Yente sees all of this from above. Watches names spilling of the people who have carried them. But those names have already lost their luster. They are dulled like snakeskins from which life has faded even before they are shed. This loss of names in the Ivani grass might be alarming, as the sight of disposable things, of transient and fleeting beings, always is. But Yente sees at the same time many things that repeat. Yente herself is repeating, the cave repeats. Repeating are the great river and the passage across it on foot. Repeating is the snow, and so too are the parallel slate tracks marking the exposed broad space with that alarming diagram.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's great.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? I'm talking. It's okay? Okay, you hear me, okay.
Z bezradności pióro wypada mi z ręki. Opis sytuacji nigdy nie wyczerpuje jej do końca. Zawsze coś zostaje nieopisane. Kiedy piszę, każdy... Dzięki.
And if you go to VRChat, when you are in VRChat, do you see the screen?
Tylko no to jest zamrożony obraz.
Jakiegoś znaku.
Halo, halo? Krzysztof?
Wyboru zaczął dążyć.
Jeżeli jest zamrożony obrazek, to podobno trzeba albo wyjść i wejść do sceny, albo wpisać jeszcze raz adres tam w tym.
Ten sam też
Tam jest taki
potrafi być.
tekst. Okej, to może go ukryj tak, żeby był tam, gdzie ty wiesz, że jest. Wiesz, o co chodzi. Najwyżej podskoczyć i kliknąć. Ewentualnie Pazdanowi na przykład powiemy, gdzie to jest, żeby sobie kliknął. Wiesz co, cholera wie tak naprawdę, bo to idzie i tak przez serwer, to się musi tam, wiesz, przekodować i wrócić, więc ostatnio też był taki delay. Z 20 sekund czasem. Ale w sumie wygląda ładnie. Yeah, it was like that before. Okay, Krzysztof, can you give me those links? Yeah, if you give me those links for streaming, I will upload it and we can check. Thank you. No problem.
Ona wygłasza proroctwo w jaskini, oglądająca awatary i palca zdejmuje VR i obserwuje pracę, jak musi zdjąć, obserwować ją, ustawić się z powrotem i mieć tekst. To jest trudne, ale zakończona. Operacja serca. Jak najpierw się serce wyświetla wielkie nad nią, a potem te MPT robią jej te operacje. Tetrahedron. Zaczyna się wyjść małe ręce podniesione w górę. Poruszanie literami. Tak naprawdę od pewnego momentu to ja mogę zrobić detal na nią, kiedy ma te ręce skrócone, więc sobie i ma bardzo długie poruszanie literami tak naprawdę, bardzo, bardzo długie, więc rób sobie wiele wariantów tego, rób to super powoli, delikatnie, nie musicie jakoś w pewnym momencie rozkręcić, ale wiesz, tak super nawet jakby cię puścili po prostu w prędkości na pół prędkości na YouTubie, że jak będziesz to robił szybko, to też bardzo szybko eskaluje, nie? Nowy Jork. Nie jestem pewien, że jak testowaliśmy potem jeszcze leci stwierdziliła 4 miliony zabrana. Także trochę tematy, dobrze. Poruszenie literami. Nowy Jork. I mamy płonące drzewo, które nie wiadomo w sumie jak jest, bo jakby płonące drzewo, jeżeli będzie, to będzie w środku jakiegoś cave'a w Nowym Jorku, mamy w sumie nie mam dla niego tego.
No właśnie. Generalnie, nie? Więc no dobrze, no właśnie równo. No, podoba mi się ten lewitujący klopek. To jest to wycina się.
Koty to jest. Nie, oni to wykują, zobacz, na nasze centralne, zobacz, nie ruszają tylko.
Ceny?
Tak. Wspaniałe. Dziękuję go.
In the same term, okay, I'm an perfect. And after there is also in scene the scene 8 says 7 and 4, Jacob 4-7. So this is also the other actor. Scene 8. Yes, in the script. Number 7 again, and scene 9, number 7. So it's only 14. I am cool with that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, μόνο στο 14.
Stali.
Czy miałeś okazję poznać Jechał do Polski w lutym tego roku i robiliśmy operę z Krzysztofem, taką lalkę i tą lalką animową.
No.
Tak, drewno tym poruszam.
Fajne.
Una grama da 7 dosi για να το κρεμάσω.
Το δικό.
Όχι, να πάρουμε σκηνή, να πάρουμε γειτονιά.
Mikroport?
Nie, no, nie, jeszcze niestety.
Jeszcze proszę test mikroportu dla Pawła Smagały.
Και να φτιάξουμε. Οπότε αυτό είναι κάτι που θα κάνετε. Οπότε ένα προσχέδιο μπορεί να γίνει είναι λίγο περισσότερο.
A jak gdy mówi obcymi głosami, ma zawsze namalowany przed sobą na desce mapę.
Ουσιαστικά θέλω να στείλανε και να πούμε ότι δεν πρέπει να
Jakby drzewo sefirot, tylko poczwórne. Wygląda jak ozdobny krzyż, jak istniejący na duże czteroramienny śniegu.
Όχι.
Όχι, ενώ δεν θα το κάνει έτσι, το καθόλου αυτό. Δεν θα, ό,τι και να κρεμάσουν.
Ναι, γιατί θα το φτιάξουμε.
Και δεν ξέρει να το Δεν ξέρω αν μπορεί να
A more perfect version of ourselves is what he would be.
Halo, halo? Krzysiu? Teraz słyszę. Czyli jaki link dać? Dobra. Już. Tak, to właśnie byłem w trakcie wstawiania kolejnej sceny, już.
Mi possiamo scioccato non bene di sarà
Θα το προσπαθήσουμε, αλλά δεν είναι σίγουρο ότι θα μπαίνει το εύκολα. Κάτι δεν το πειράμε. Για φτιάξτε το σε ένα χαρτί το γράμμα.
Krzysiu, ten drugi stream wygląda super czysto w porównaniu do Discorda i będziemy go używać.
Τα δύο τραπέζια φτιάξουμε.
Jak to nie jest na żywo?
Ωραία.
Ten stream, co mi wysłałeś teraz, on wygląda przyświetlenie w porównaniu do tego, co jest na Discordzie. Tylko czy to jest OK, bo on ma opóźnienie minutowe. On ma opóźnienie minutowe, czy to jest OK? No ja właśnie widzę, bo Discord mam na dużym ekranie, a na małym sobie oglądam właśnie ten stream i widzę, co robisz tak z opóźnieniem właśnie minutowym mniej więcej. Okej.
Το άρεσε το τέλει εδώ και μετά το άλλο το κάνει.
Ωραία.
Και ότι εδώ, ας πούμε, κάποιος
Αυτό και το εδώ στη μέση κύκλο. Να κάνει όγκο κύκλο. Για τράβο. Δηλαδή αυτό να μείνει όλη η ταινία σου. Όχι, δηλαδή από εδώ και από εδώ.
Αυτό δεν είναι πράγμα.
Μπράβο, αυτό σου λέει τριπλό, γιατί είναι πολύ μεγάλο. Πάμε το τρίτο.
No więc nie. Może, ale no, nie mamy tego, możemy to przetestować kiedyś. Na jutro na przykład. Zobaczę, czy mogę to kupić za chwilkę.
We also have new heads, but I also see that this is not all the heads. So you can take those heads when you grab the avatars, just remember to favorite it. You can put it to favorites, and then you can find them in those favorites.
Sorry, Christoph, can you repeat everything for the avatars for today? What should we do?
We need to go, when you go to VRChat, there are a few new avatars, new heads, and you need to add them to favorites. And this black avatar will be our main avatar. If we won't get lip sync, I was also thinking about changing this avatar maybe to I will ask Martin and get to you soon.
Okay. The problem is he will get out of the full screen. How did you rush it? Listen to him. But is that making some problems there? Because I need. Okay, oh my God, people. Don't tell me sve je u redu, let me say what the problem is. Yeah, but he said something that he will do, you were going out. He has to say to you what technical issue he's having.
Those channels who are discussing some technical issues on their sites.
Yeah, everything's okay. Can you just tell me for those avatars that we need to favorize, where are they standing? You said that we need to favorize 3 avatars. Can you tell me where are them? Favorites? Where are the new?
Open the avatar and you have a when you have this black avatar, for example, that you are having right now. You go you open the menu and there is avatars and you will see this avatar and there is under the image of the avatar should be something like add to favorites or Martin is uploading them. Maciek, are you adding any new avatars there?
Hello? As soon as I get it.
Because if you want to make it for today, we can add some of them tomorrow. When you are changing them, it's really question. I think also during first scene, this first first scene in VR around the third scene when you were standing in the circle and you were changing avatars, into also those random avatars. I mean, also those others avatars that you have in recent. I think we should change those avatars during this scene.
Dać więcej? Dobra.
During the third scene, so you can. And at the end of that scene, when you finish that scene, you change again to this avatar, to this black fellow in a hat. Okay?
But
We are coming there as those
Just to be clear, can I use this avatar, for example, or should I, because I have Head and Jacob for only.
You can change it only for that scene number 3. I mean, we
No,
can
no.
change into different avatars, but during the performance, it would be great if you could use only the Jacob avatar. I mean, this black fellow, and sometimes you can change to the head.
No, my question is only for the scene 3. Are we using also the characters like this one or no? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Da, da.
Just to be clear, we are not doing any run through right now because we want to manage to do it. So let us just keep preparing, and like I said, we need to go through all the spaces. So you need to find yourself in a JKP world, and we need to jump to LBL world.
Jestem. Jestem w tym, w zielonym. Tak.
I'm finding you.
Ja widzieli do boki? No. Ty jeszcze na foto? Jest na foto? Το γενικό είναι
Такого не падает сердце. Podemos subir la es riesgo.
και σου μπορεί να είναι πιο καλό πιστό.
Así. En el parque de Católico. Hay dos cines. Para poder
Okay. Τι φας τώρα? Μας ξέκλεισε το μέρος άλλες. Πιο λίγο.
I can again go.
Ωραία, για δώσε το... Είναι ένα έτσι.
One more time. Wow.
Ο μόνος τρόπος να παίζει αυτό είναι να παίζει για το κάτω. Δεν μπορεί να δει να πάντα κάτω. Εδώ το πάρει στο κρέμο.
Allora, aspetta, non devo
Ναι. Να πάρει μπορώ να κάνω extended εκεί.
Halo Krzysiu, jesteś może?
Oh, shit.
Μπορώ να το φέρω.
Ja bym chciał ustalić, może po prostu pogadajmy też z wszystkimi o tym, jakiś plan B na sytuację, w której tak jak wczoraj czyjś mikrofon po prostu wyrzuci, bo wydaje mi się, że jakoś tam w scenie 10 po prostu Tomek zniknął i proponuję, żeby po prostu w tej sytuacji u nas Pazdan zaczął dalej czytać tekst, który jest po tekście, który potencjalnie komuś może wyrzucić, czy który może zniknąć jakoś.
Discord.
Tak, teraz kiepsko, ale tak.
No tak.
Słyszymy tylko zbitki sylab niewyraźnych. Dalej tylko zbitki sylab niewyraźnych. No, teraz było jakieś jedno halo. No, tniecie grubo. No, teraz usłyszałem hej, hej. Jasne. Tak, słyszycie teraz. No więc może powinniśmy ustalić jakiś wspólny plan działania polegający na tym, że jeżeli komuś wyjebie mikrofon, to po prostu osoba, która w danym kraju czyta, przyjmuje ten tekst i kontynuuje aż do momentu, w którym po prostu będzie następna kwestia czytana przez następną osobę. Bo myślę, że to jest jakieś takie bardzo logiczne i proste do zaaplikowania. No na przykład wczoraj nastąpiła ostra. My i tak nie jesteśmy nagłośnieni na Discord przez 95% tego czasu, w sensie jesteśmy zmutowani prawie cały czas, więc myślę, że z tym nie będzie żadnego problemu. Tylko, że wtedy musimy też zakomunikować innym, że poszliśmy dalej i myślę, że po prostu inni muszą go usłyszeć w VRChacie, jak mówi. Wtedy musimy też zakomunikować w sytuacji, w której na przykład Tomek czyta i wywala mu się tekst i nie słyszymy go przez następną 2 minuty, powiedzmy. Pazdan podchwytuje jego tekst. U nas jest wyciszony na Discordzie, więc to i tak w niczym nie przeszkadza. Natomiast inni też muszą wiedzieć, że my poszliśmy dalej z tekstem. Mhm. Tak. Mhm.
Mnie tu słychać na mikrofonie na tą salę.
Żebyśmy też wiedzieli wtedy, nie? Wszyscy gdzieś tam.
Jasne, jasne, dobra. Dobrze, więc Pazdan jest naszą stacją.
Kanał taki VRChatowy jest trochę też takim backupowym dla nas kanałem, wiesz, że tam może Pazdan może też powiedzieć jakby
Can you hear me?
Dobrze. Dobrze. Jasne, to w takim razie tak robimy.
Tak.
Also, the signal for us to start, it's just to make clear. I mean, we'll maybe say on the beginning, yes, we start, we are ready. Each team can say that you are ready, and we can start. And we'll also send this kind of message on Discord, yeah, on this general chat,
You know,
have it there. You can also write on this chat if something is like not hearable or something. Please write there because this is also important for us to have a communication. Sometimes it's also like what I noticed is can you hear me on Discord?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
We can hear.
you have to be just careful with Niente, Jacobs need to be kind of careful about what you're hearing about, because sometimes, Niente in some countries are speaking longer. So if you, for example, if your Niente is there and you still hear that right now, let's say Kazakhstan is still speaking, or I don't know, here Rebecca finished and Ukraine is still speaking, then Jacobs, locally Jacobs need to hear till the end the Yente from the country that is on Discord. Yeah. So sometimes we need to listen to her like 2-3 sentences more. Yeah. Even though our local translation finished. And let us not rush it. Yeah. Like we don't need to cut those Yentes. Yeah. Because then there's like a timing problem, because in one location something is interrupted, and in general I think there is something like we need to be careful. Of course, it's always like we can stop something, we can repeat or do start it again. But sometimes it's like when something is interrupted by something else, then the actor that is live in the location kind of needs to finish when he's interrupted by Jacobs or something, because just to not produce something when already we are some Jacobs started talking and we are still want to finish the last sentence, don't finish it. Yes, it went farther for you. Yes, there are amazing nuances of playing in VR with the second.
Chris.
Let's maybe make like a 15-minute break right now, and let's gather periods 12, 15, let's say 12, 20. Let's meet and we have to still go to VRChat and go to the last place to pick up the heads, okay? But I'm just trying to for much of your approach. With so close still, and let's go there and pick up the heads.
Aquí en los risers, se está haciendo mal.
Gloria, how it is now?
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, ja będę mówił ładnie. I am
Hello, hello. Discord. In 45 minutes, we have a premiere. Hej Maciek, słychać mnie u was?
Halo, halo? Krzysiu, słychać cię.
Super, dzięki. Powiedz, ile potrzebujesz czasu, żeby tam zaploadować ten swój świat?
Testuję teraz te awatarki od Marcina, jak już się załaduje i potrzebuję dosłownie 10 minut.
Dobra.
15 mowy.
Dobra, bo już się zbliżamy jakby do startu, więc tylko tak daję
Dobra,
znać,
najpierw
jakby...
wrzucam Windowsowego i potem dopiero kursowe. OK?
Super. Dawaj znać, jak
Dobra.
coś, ja czekam.
Dobra.
No, pójdziemy jakby z nimi wszystkimi, weźmiemy te awatary jakby, więc mamy jeszcze taką przebieralnię do zrobienia. Can we check the sound from Kazakhstan? Because we didn't check any sound from Kazakhstan today.
I will wait.
Krzysiu, jeszcze jedna sprawa, przepraszam.
Yes.
Those avatars, where should I put them? The pedestals.
The place where they are is good.
Okay.
Great.
Sorry, I just bother you 5 seconds. Are you hearing me on Discord?
Maciek, słyszysz Rebekę?
111.
Yes, we can. Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
And how is it? It's okay, like the sound?
Yes.
Okay, great. When Tomek will get here, we will check also. Tomek, let us know how you can hear him. And I was thinking further about it. Just remember that you can always come to me in VRChat and say something. Like if you see any problem on your location, like something is, I know, breaking up, you are losing internet or whatever, you can try this. You can have a direct communication with me here. Hello, Costa, this is like saying hello on VRChat. Yes, but we are waiting for Maciek to upload the world, it's as always we are like on the last minute, fresh baked. Yes, Kazakhstan. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Kazakhstan? Acel and.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, hello. We can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you also, and you will be hearable during the performance. Can you read fragment from VRChat, to see how you do it? Actually.
From their chat. Okay.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
Christoph, we like decided to do that. I will have assistant that will be in the VR chat,
Okay, okay.
and I will be reading my text into the my mobile phone,
Okay,
using
great,
it
great,
as
great.
a
But
microphone.
you will
right
sit
now.
you will sit somewhere on the stage, because it's great. It's great. It's
Yes.
great if you
No,
could.
no. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay.
Just you will
Thank
be
you.
on the stage, yeah?
No, I mean, yeah, on the person in the VR and Bekaris who will be Yenta, they will be on the stage, and I will be out of the stage. Maybe sometimes I can use my phone as a camera also when I'm not reading.
No,
So
no.
like moving camera if it's needed.
No, it's not necessary. But it would be great to have you also
Okay.
in the camera from your space. You don't need to hide
Okay.
behind the camera. You can just sit there next to the VR
Okay.
person.
Okay. I will be go out when I will be reading Jacob 5 text, because we have sound. Sometimes it will be sound there.
Okay.
So I will read it from the quiet place, and when I have no text, I can be behind the camera also.
Okay. Okay. Try it. Great.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we are waiting for the connector now to turn on the projector, but everything else is ready.
Okay, great.
Ukraine. Sorry, Ukraine can do a sound check in 5 minutes.
Ty będziesz właśnie siedział za tą kamerką taką na żywo? Głośniczku? Może ci damy krzesło, co? Just talking, and because we need to start somehow together, so this is just us saying, okay, let's start, and actually this is when everyone is pressing play. Yeah. We will start with the cue. Let's start the music.
Let's start the music. Was that clear enough for?
Mama. Let's start the music. What's my? Is it accent? Accent.
You ring a bell. You can ring a bell, maybe.
No, it's wonderful.
It's wonderful here. Listen, what do you? How do you want to? Do you want me to? Yeah, so I can do like a little bit, like give them some kind of context
Great,
and
great.
explain to them. Oh, you can, during the show, there's 3 VR headsets,
Would be
right? So you don't have to do that here.
Great,
Yeah.
great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will do that.
Yeah.
All right. Great. And then you will just focus on making sure everybody's ready, and then start the thing, and then the music starts, and then you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Once the audience is full. Either me or Ursula will give you a cue when that's ready to go.
that screen. Because sometimes it
What is man?
A spark.
What is human life?
A moment.
What is the future now?
A spark.
What is the cause of time?
A moment.
Where does a man come from?
A spark.
And what is death?
A moment.
And who was he while he contained the world?
A spark.
And what will he be once he swallows up the world again?
A moment.
When she speaks in others' voices, Aya always keeps in front of her something that looks like a map painted on a board. There are various mysterious signs on it, and a drawing of a Sephiroth tree, only quadrupled. It looks like an extremely ornate cross, like a four-branched snowflake that can't exist in nature. She arranges on it pieces of bread with feathers stuck into them, and buttons and seeds, and each one looks bizarre, like a human figurine, but nightmarish, indecent somehow. Haya has a pair of dice, one of them with numbers on it and the other one with letters. On the board are some clumsily painted circles. The boundaries between them are blurred, indistinct. There are scattered letters and symbols, and in the corner there are animals, suns and moons.
Wygląda jak nadzwyczaj ozdobny
There
krzyż,
is
jak
a dog and
czteroramienny
a big
patyk.
fish, maybe a cup. The board must be old. In some places the paint has completely peeled off, leaving no understandable trace of what used to be there. Now Haya toys with the dice, rolling them around in her palms, staring at the board. You never know how long any of it is going to take, but then her eyelids start to blink and tremble and the dice are rolled, revealing an answer. According to the prediction, Haya then sets out the figures on the board, whispers something to herself, nudges them, changes their layout, sets some to the side, takes some over from somewhere else, the new ones even stranger than the last. It is hard to comprehend this board game, looking at it from outside, since its configuration is constantly changing.
Farba się zupełnie złuszczyła. Już nie wiadomo, co tam kiedyś było.
My soul will not let itself be put in prison, neither in an iron cage nor in an air cage. My soul wants to be like a ship in the sky, and the boundaries of the body cannot hold it back. No wall will prison it, nor the one made by human hands, nor the one of politeness, nor the one of friendliness, or
Rozstawiać burki na planszy.
plain speeches will not take a hold of it, nor the boundaries of kingdoms or of high birth.
Jedno upada na bok,
My soul flies over all this with great ease. It is above what finds place in words. and
Trudno
outside,
ogarnąć
but
tę dziwną grę, gdy się
above.
patrzy do boku.
It is beyond pleasure.
Konfiguracja bowiem
Wyłącz się Smagiego z Discorda.
Both what is beautiful or fine, and what is terrible and vile.
They speak of me as a chameleon, to a face, to an identity. They accuse me of deceit, of being an imposter. But what they don't understand is that I'm not a fixed being. I am an avatar, a changing manifestation of the divine truth that cannot be confined into a single form or identity. My face changes, my words change, my beliefs change, because I carry within me the essence of a perpetual quest. I'm not a man of certainties. I am a being who embraces transformation because truth itself is always in motion. For the divine essence is fluid, and those who accuse me of mutability fail to see that in each change I remain true to the singular quest for reconciliation.
An avatar is never static. He appears in this world in a temporary form, adapting his being to what the souls around him can understand and accept. That is what I am. I'm neither simply a Jew, but a Christian, nor a heretic. I'm all of these things, and none of these things at the same time. Within me, Shekinah and Mary, Christ and Messiah are joined, not as separate figures, but as facets. Of one divine reality. My transformations are not betrayals, they're revelations. Every time I change, I show another aspect of hidden truth that so many seek, yes, so few find.
My role is not to fix certainties in stone, but to remind others that every certainty can be transcended. What you call betrayal, I call transcendence. What you see as change, I see as divine fluidity. In the visible world, we need forms, symbols, but these forms are only temporary garments. Just like me, they are not eternal. I was born in the flesh, but my essence transcends the flesh. That is why I do not fear change, because each transformation brings me closer to the pure essence.
Mikrofon Pazdana.
Kind of a herbal action over my forehead, so that my eyes got glassy, and he grew quiet, docile. Everything happened so quickly. I suddenly got an erection, and my skin became covered in sweat. I had a strangely bulging, unseeing eyes, and I was sort of buzzing. Then I was thrown down into the ground. It lasted but a moment, then from underneath, I began to slowly flow a stream of urine. I will never forget what I lived there, and I have never lived anything so real that might testify to how foreign we are to the spirit in our earthly, corporeal, material forms. I am an avatar, an incarnation of divine energy, taking the faces that the time demands. My enemies call me a charlatan because they cannot bear the idea of a fluid identity. They seek unshakable dogmas, fixed points of reference. But I tell them, truth has no fixed anchor. It is like water, it flows and changes form according to the vessel that holds it. I am that fluid being. I am that water that flows through the centuries, taking the shape of every vessel, but never captive to just one.
We
We are called to become avatars of truth, to reflect divine light in all its forms. That is my mission. I have come to break all these rules, to break the chain that brings the soul to a single identity. I have come to show that every mask is meant to be removed, to reveal a greater light.
I change because the truth I carry within me cannot be contained in a single form. At every age, I take the form that can guide those who are ready to listen. The ultimate truth, the one I seek to embody. It's not found in rigid laws or underlying dogmas. It is the dissolution of these barriers. My body, my words, my beliefs are instruments of this dissolution. Today I am Jacob Frank, but tomorrow I may be someone else. An avatar is not bound to one name, to one belief. I'm here to transform, to evolve, to reflect ever-changing brilliance of divine light.
Today I am Jacob Frank, but tomorrow will be another face of this life. Do not cling to my appearance or to my beliefs of the moment, for I am always in motion. And it is in this motion that I find my freedom.
Then, suddenly, as though from some unexpected impact, Yente sees everything from above. She is surprised to discover that she can easily slide out of her body and be suspended over her. She looks right at her own face, a strange feeling, but soon she floats away, gliding along on drafts of air, on the vibrations of sound, passing without difficulty through wooden walls and doors. Now Yente sees everything from above, and then her gaze goes back to under her closed eyelids. That's how it goes through the whole night, soaring and renewed descent, back and forth over the vortex. It tires her, and yet both the falling and the rising are pleasant. The only nasty thing, the only difficult thing is that movement, whistling and rough, that tries to push her out to somewhere far away, past the horizon, that force external and brutal, that it would be impossible to face were the body not protected by the amulet from the inside, universal. Strange, her thoughts blow over the whole region. We, said some voice in her head, which must be her own voice. We is the vision of the dead as they gaze upon the world from where they are. Haven't you ever noticed the fields of grass? There has to be, because there is a dead person watching. Because if you counted all the dead, you would find that there are many more of them than there are of the living. Their souls have to be cleansed already over their meanderings through lost lives, and now they await the Messiah, who will come to finish the task. And they look upon everything. That is why the wind blows on earth. Wind is their watchful gaze. From where Yente is looking, there are no dates, and so there is nothing to mark with any celebration, nor any cause for alarm or concern. The sole traces of time are the blurry streaks that travel past her sometimes, stripped down with just a few characteristics, ungraspable, stripped of their speech, but patient. These are the dead. Gente slowly gets into the habit of counting them. Even when people completely stop being able to feel their presence, when they can no longer be reached by any sign from them, the dead still traverse this purgatory of memory, deprived of human attention. They do not have places of their own, nor any sort of foothold. Mindset. We take care of the living, yet the dead are neglected even by the most generous ones.
What we see when our eyes are closed, and where the thing we see comes from. Whether from impurities on the eyeball, or because the eye is configured more like the lanterna magica you can find in Italy. The idea that everything I see now, the darkness punctuated by the sharp points of the stars above Reuten, the outlines of homes small, tilted, the lamp of the castle, and not too far away, the sharply pointed church tower, like creations, the well pole shooting askew in the sky as if in protest. And maybe even the rumble of the water from somewhere farther down, and the very light scraping of the leaves that frost has taken. The idea that all of that arises out of his own mind is both terrifying and alluring in equal measure. What we are imagining, all of it? What if each of us sees everything differently? Does everyone see the color green the same? Or is green maybe just a name we use if it were a pain to code completely distant experience to communicate, when in reality every one of us is viewing something different? Is there not some way this can be verified? And what would happen if we were to really open our eyes? If we were to see by some miracle the really that surround us, what might that be like?
Every situation feels endless to me when I try to describe it, and out of helplessness, the pen falls from my hands. The description of a situation never fully exhausts it, for there is always something left undescribed. When I write, every detail sends me back to another, and then the next one again to something to another, and to some sign or gesture, so that I must always make a decision about what direction to pursue in telling this story. Where to fix my internal gaze, that same powerful sense that is able to summon back past images. So, in writing, I stand at every moment at a crossroads, like the idiot Ivan from the fairy tales Jacob used to love telling us so much back in Ivanie. And now, those crossroads are before my eyes, those bifurcating paths, of which one, the simplest one, the middle path, is for fools, while the other, to the right, is for the overconfident. And then there is the third path, which is for the brave, the desperados. Even that one will be full of traps, potholes, hexes, and calamitous occurrences.
Everyone is connected to everyone else. The world is simply the multiplication of this room and the shores Rohatyn home above the market square. Through the slits in the curtain and the haphazardly nailed door, starlight seeps in, which means that even the stars are close acquaintances. That some forebear or cousin must certainly have some close contact with them. Say one word in the room in Rohatyn, and soon it will be carried all around the world. The paths and roads taken by commercial expedition with the help of the messengers who roam the earth incessantly, bearing letters and repeating gossips, like Nahum ben Levi of Busk. Such a rectification, or tikkun, consists in the holy man joining with the sinner's soul, step by step, passing through all three of the soul's different forms. First, the nefesh, or the Holy One. The nefesh of the Holy One, his animal spirits, contained with the sinner's nefesh, and then, when it became possible, ruach, the feeling and will of the Holy One, joined with the sinner's ruach, so that in the end, the Holy One, neshama, that divine aspect we all carry within ourselves, could join with the sinner's neshama. And when it's happened, I could feel how much sin and darkness is in this man called Jacob Frank.
It happens that sometimes I choose that simple road, the one in the middle, and I naively forget about all the complications of what I am describing, trusting in the so-called facts,
және мен сипаттайтын нәрселердің барлық қиындықтарын аңғалдықпен ұмытып кетемін. Фактілер деп аталатын оқиғаларға сүйене отырып, мен өзіме қайталайтын оқиғаларға сүйене отырып, мені көзім қабылдайтын жалғыз адам сияқты болмыста, жоқ сияқты екіұштылықта, белсіздікте емес. Және біз оларды ойлаған кезде олар қалай көрінсе, солай болар еді. Мен бір кездері Смирнадағы дұғамен қызу талқыланған едім.
I
Содан
describe a
кейін мен
place as if others
Яков
would have
айтты деп
experienced it
жазамын.
as I did,
Оны мен
as if
емес,
that were the way
Құдай
it was.
естігендей.
I
Яков
trust my
осылай деді
memory,
және бұл
and in
факт.
recording what comes out
Мен
of
бұл
it,
жерді
I make that
басқалармен
frail
сияқты өмір
instrument into a
сүргендей
hammer that is
сипаттаймын.
to forge a
Мен
bell.
шынымен де солай болды.
Going down that path,
Мен
I
жадыма
believe that
сенемін.
what I
Және
describe
оттан
really
не шығатынын
happened,
жаза
and that
отырып,
it happened
мен
that
бұл
way
нәзік
once
құралды
and for
қоңырау
all.
соғуы керек
I
балғаға
even
айналдырамын.
believe that there was never a
Осы
chance
жолмен
of
жүре
anything
отырып,
else having
мен
happened
сипаттаған
instead.
нәрсе шынымен болды, және дәл осылай. Біржола болды деп сенемін. Мен тіпті оның орнына басқа нәрсе болуы мүмкін емес деп санаймын.
Every place has two characters. Every place is double. What is sublime is also fallen. What is clement is at the same time base. In the deepest darkness lies the spark of the most powerful light, and vice versa, where omnipresent clarity reigns, a pit of darkness lurks inside the seeds of light. The Messiah is our doppelganger, a more perfect version of ourselves. He is what we would be had it not been for the fall. Should man, in fact, not be like this? Double? What would it be like we all had twins, boys for girls, girls for boys? We could all talk without words. In the new world, there will be a different alphabet, different symbols, and other rules. Maybe it will go bottom to top, instead to top to bottom. Maybe people will move from old age into youth, not to the another way. Maybe people will arise out of the earth and eventually vanish into the bellies of their mothers. Did they explain to people in their church that this was how things were going to be? That everything would be reversed, and the servant will become the Lord's, and the Lord's the servant? But would this in fact be just and good? When I went out into the street of Smyrna, passing hundreds of people hurrying about their business, I couldn't shake the thought that among them may be the Messiah. But that no one was able to recognize him. And the worst of it was that Messiah himself might not be aware of it.
The simple middle road is false. When such doubt comes over me, I choose the road on the right. Now it is the other way around. I am the herder and the sheep, and so I focus on my own experiences as if the world before my eyes did not exist, but was instead formed solely by my senses. And in spite of what Reb Mordke always taught me, I blow on my own fire and thereby ignite the embers of myself about which I ought to forget, the ashes of which I should rather scatter to the wind, but instead I feed it until it is a gigantic flame. And then, what do I have? Me. Me, a regret, worthy state of accidental imprisonment in a hall of mirrors, the sort the gypsies sometimes put up in order to charge an admission fee.
Axel?
I often have the same dream, and Red Mortke always said to pay attention to dreams that frequently repeat, for they are our link with infinity. I dream that I am wandering around a large house that contains many rooms, doors, and passages. I don't know what I am looking for. Everything is old and moldy. The upholstery on the walls, once lavish, is now faded and torn, and the floors are decayed. This dream worries me, for I would prefer to dream like the Kabbalists about all the palaces, each containing and concealing the next with their never-ending corridors that eventually end up at God's throne. In my dream, there are only rotted labyrinths with no exit. When I told Jakob expressing my concerns, he just laughed. The place is haunted. Spring is autumn there, and autumn spring. Time flows according to its own rhythm, which is different from down below. Actually, only a few people know how huge this cave is. But somehow, everybody knows that it is the shape of the letter Aleph. It is a great underground Aleph, a seal, the first letter upon which the world exists. Maybe somewhere far away in the world, under the earth, there are also other letters, a whole alphabet made out of nothing, out of underground air, darkness, the plash of underground streams. Israel believes that it is a great stroke of luck to live so near the first letter and near the Jewish cemetery, with a view of the river. It always takes his breath away to look down from the hill above the village to the world. It is so beautiful and so cruel at the same time. A paradox that seems to be taken straight from the pages of the Zohar.
Take Yenta in great secrecy in the morning. They have placed her in a shroud and covered her eyes. Foreman and Pesel. Which is as light as a bundle of dry leaves. They disappear for a quarter of an hour and return without the body. They have laid it comfortably on skins in a niche in the rock, in the bowels of the earth, as they say. They also say that it was stranger to carry a human body in that state, since it is no longer a human, more like a bird's. Yente's gaze goes along with them for a while to the road, counting their heads, but then she gets she strokes the tips of the growing grass and shakes the fluff from the dandelions. The next day, Pesel goes down into the cave. She lights an oil lamp and after a dozen meters finds herself in the lamp's flame lights up the strange walls, which look as though they are made of onyx, covered in bulges and hanging icicles. To Pesel, it seems as though she has been transported onto one of those crystals that appeared on Yente's skin. She sees her great-grandmother body lying on a natural platform, and it looks smaller than it did yesterday. But her skin is pink, and that same smile rose her face. Forgive us. This is just for a little while. We will take you away from here as soon as it is safe. She sits for a spell and talks to Yancy about her future husband, who also is a year older than Pesel, is really just a child.
Na lewą drogę
The
ze
path to the
skrótem,
left
kto słucha
is
Reb
only for
Mortka.
those who have shown they deserve it.
On
Those
sam
who
domaga
understand
się
what Reb
opowiedzenia
Mortka
i
always
dopiero wtedy
say,
istnieje naprawdę,
that the
dopiero
word
wtedy
itself
w pełni
demands to be
rozkwita.
narrated.
Lecz także
And
to, iż
only
opowiadaniem
then does it
świata jest
truly
jego
exist.
zmienianie.
Only
Dlatego
then can
Bóg
it
stworzył
flourish
literę
fully.
alfabetu, byśmy
But
mieli
also
możliwość
that by telling the
tego,
story of the
co sam
word,
stworzył.
we are
Reb
changing
Mortke
the
zawsze
word.
przy tym chipotał.
That is why God created the
Bóg
letters
jest
of the alphabet,
ślepcem, nie
that we
wiedziałeś
might
o
have
tym?
the opportunity to
Mówił.
narrate to Him what He
Tworzył
created.
nas, żebyśmy byli Jego
Reb Mortke
przewodnikami,
always
Jego
chuckled that
5
this God is
zmysłami.
blind.
Chichotał
Did you
tak
not
długo,
know
że aż
that?
zaczął
He would
kaszleć
say.
od dymu.
He created us so that we would be His guys,
There are
His
external
5
and internal
senses.
things.
And He would chuckle
External
long and
things are
hard until
appearances,
He began
and
to
we live
cough
amongst
from the
external
smoke.
things like people in a dream. And the laws of appearances must be taken for real laws when in fact they are not.
Mikrofon.
When you live in a place and a time in which certain laws are in effect, then you must observe those laws, but never forget that they are only partial systems, never absolute. For the truth is something else, and if a person is not prepared to come to know it, it may seem frightening and terrible, and that person may curse the day he learned of it. But I do believe that everyone can tell what kind of person he truly is. It is just that deep down he doesn't want to find out.
We no longer believe in the things of which the elder Kabbalists spoke, such that if all the sparks could be collected from the darkness, they would unite into messianic tikkun and transform the world for the better. We have already crossed over, because divinity and sinfulness are everlastingly interconnected. Sabbatai said that after the Torah of Bria, the Torah of created world will come, the Torah of Absolute. But Jacob and all of us know that the two Torahs are interwoven, and the only thing that can be done is to move beyond the both of them. The struggle is about leaving behind that point where we divine everything into evil and good, light and darkness, getting rid of all of the foolish divisions and for there starting a new order of all over again. We don't know what's past that point. It's like putting all your eggs in one basket and just taking that step into darkness. We are headed into the darkness. The greatest power, however, belongs not to corporeal action, but rather to action that unites with words, as the world has created out of words, and its foundations are the world. Thus the greatest strange deed, the exceptional act, is pronouncing out loud the name of God, Shema Ha Meforash.
There exists in Ein Sof, that is, in the infinite itself, in the divine source, absolute good, which is the origin and source of all perfection and all in the world. It is perfection, and perfection requires no alteration. It is dignified and immovable. There can be no movement in it. But for us, who look upon it from the other side of creation, from afar, this motionlessness seems dead, and therefore bad. No. Yet perfection excludes movement, excludes creation, excludes change, and therefore the very possibility of our free souls. That is why it is said that in the depths of absolute good, the root of all evil is called sin. And that root is the negation of every miracle, every movement, and all that is possible, and know that is might, and know that might still happen. For us, then for people, good is something other than what it is for God. For us, good is the tension between God's perfection and his withdrawal in order that the world might arise. For us, good is the absence of God from where he could instead be.
Odjednom mi se učinilo da su ti ukrasi koje sam nekada prolazno zamišljao kao čitav svet, sada izbledeli i ostarili do te mere da ih danas niko ne bi mogao smatrati stvarnima. Iluzija je tako nesavršena, nakazna i sakata. Živimo unutar hajne društvene igre. Mi smo male figurice, oblikovane od hleba njenim veštim prstima. Kružimo po krugovima iscrtanima na ploči. Trećemo jedni druge, a svako je svakome zadatak i izazov. Približavamo odlučujućem mestu jedan jedini bacaj kockica i dobijamo ili gubimo sve.
Names must come about before nations do. The sound that creates them corresponds to a certain accord of the universe. That is your real name. The names we carry on the streets, on the other hand, around the market, traveling in a carriage on the muddy road, or those others used to call us, all that is just tacked on. Those names are useful like the clothing you put on to go to work. There is no sense in getting attached to them. They come and go, like anything. Here 1 minute, gone the next. The name of Hello first, in the idea of life from the light of world. Is life itself not a stranger to this world? And are we not the strangers? And is our God not a stranger? Is this not why we appear so different, so distant, so scary and incomprehensible to those who really do belong to this world? But this world is equally bizarre and incomprehensible to any stranger to it. And its rules are incomprehensible, as are its customs. For the stranger comes from the farthest distance, from the outside, and he must endure the fate of the foreigner, alone and defenseless, completely misunderstood. We are foreigners, Jews, and we will always be homesick.
Prophets never come from within. All prophets must come from elsewhere, must suddenly appear, seem strange,
Мені здалося,
out
що
of
ті
the ordinary,
колись мовували.
enshrouded in mystery like the one the Goyim have
Я
even on the
уявляла
virgin
свій
birth.
як цілий світ.
A prophet has to walk differently, talk differently. Literally, he
І ніхто не
hails
зможе
from
ними
some
захопитися.
unimaginable local source of exotic words
Ілюзія
and
настільки
smells,
недоступна,
myrrh, oranges, bananas.
мов в настільній грі хаї. Ми маленькі фігурки, зліплені з хліба, її спритними пальчиками. Ми рухаємося по колу, ми зустрічаємо данням і викликом для всіх інших. І ось ми наближаємося до вирішального місця. Годинка, і ми отримаємо або втратимо все.
Not as Jan Leibovich, but as Jacob Frank. Frank is what Jews from the West are called in Nikopol. That's what they call his father-in-law and his wife Hannah. Frank or Frank means foreign. Jacob likes this. Being foreign is a quality of those who have frequently changed their place of residence. He's told Naaman that he feels best in new places because it is as if the word begins afresh every time. To be foreign is to be free, to have a great expanse stretch out before you, the desert, the steppe, to have the shape of the moon behind you like a cradle, the deafening symphony of the cicadas, the air's fragrance of melon peel, the rustle of the scarab beetle when, come evening, the sky turns red and it ventures out onto the sun to hunt. To have your own history.
Бути оточений якоюсь такою дивовижною таємницею, як таємниця народження від діви серед гоїв. Пророк має інакше ходити, він має... Найкраще було б, щоб він походив з якоїсь такої немислимої місцевості, де говорять якоюсь такою екзотичною мовою, місцевості, що є джерелом екзотичних запахів, смирни, апельсинів, бананів.
Як добре не розуміти мови, не знати звичаїв,
Казати як серед інших незримих,
Among the advantages of the state in which she has found herself is that she now understood the workings of the messianic machine. She sees the world from above.
Раптом Якоб Франк
It is dark, faintly marked by sparks of light, each of them a home. The messianic machine is like that mill standing over the river. The dark water turns the great wheels evenly, without regards for the weather, slowly and systematically. The person by the wheel seems to have no significance. His movements are random and chaotic. The person flays, the machine works. The motions of the wheels transfers the power to the stone, gears that grind the grain. Everything that falls into them will be crushed into the dust.
What is our real task, if not the establishment of equilibrium between unity of God and the multiplicity of the world created by Him? As for ourselves, people are not abandoned in this in-between the one and the world of division. This limitless between has its strange critical point. The double and the first, this is the first experience of the thinking man, when he notices the abyss that appears between himself and the rest of the world. This is a painful truth, the fundamental crack in the created world that gives rise to contradictions and all sorts of dualism. This and that, you and me, left and right. Sindra, on the other side, the left side, the demonic forces, the Trinity is holy, like the wise wife, reconciling contradictions. Two is like a young road dog, leaping over every contradiction. That is what makes the Trinity holy, and it can tame evil. But because the Trinity must ceaselessly work on behalf of the equilibrium, it it stirs, it's shaky, and it isn't until you get to fork that you attain the highest holiness and perfection that restores divine proportions.
The daughters of Srol Majorkovich of Busk have already divided up names amongst themselves. Shima turns into Victoria, Elia into Salomela, Freyna becomes Ruja, Masha is Tekla, and Miriam Maria. Esther takes a long time to choose her name and finally resigns herself to Teresa. In this way, it is as if there are now two versions of every person, all having doubles by different names.
Pass na mikrofon.
I have already lost the luster. Repeating is the snow, and so too. It is the feathers in the grass. Sometimes they catch onto people's clothing and travel with them.
Pas na tekst.
In some sense, life is this constant loss. Improving bias station, getting richer, the greatest illusion. In reality, we are richest at the moment of our birth. After that, we begin to lose everything. That is what the Madonna represents. The initial whole, the divine unity of us, the Word and God is something that must be lost. What remains in its wake is just a flat picture, a dark patch of a face, an apparition, an illusion. And as the desert is the only place on earth where
back, then leaps ahead like some fat locust, select pairs of eyes might be able to get a glimpse into the future here. Dusk approaches, and the last scraps of color fade into darkness. White marks into gray, gray becomes black, and black vanishes into the abyss that opens up before human eyes. It is everywhere, under anything in the world.
Reina, great-great-granddaughter, who was called Zan, or Black, the eldest in her family, absolutely insisted that they do not go to Brasco to register as the Germans had ordered them to. Never trust any authority, she would say, which is why when all the Jews of Korolova were settling off for the city with their belongings burned, they quickly, in the night, pulled a little charge carrying their things, went into the forest. On October 12, 1942, 5 families from Korolova, 38 people, the youngest of whom was a child, just 5 months old, and the eldest of whom was 79, left their village homes and entered the cave just before dawn from the forest entrance, where the powerful underground has its uppermost, rightmost throne. Some of the rooms in the cave are filled with crystals and come out of the walls and down from the ceiling. People say that these are frozen drops of light that got stuck down in the ground and stopped shining. But as soon as they touch the candle flame, they will light up again, showing their eternal silent interior. In one of these rooms lies Jenny, the dam, a lighting of her skin for so many years is now fully adhered to her bones, crystalline, sparkling, shining bright. Its glow grows deep into her body and renders her almost translucent. Yente transforms slowly into crystal, and in a few million more years, she will be a diamond. Meanwhile, her eyes are still moving, and smile slowly spreads across her face, not addressed at anybody. That long pinkish crystal grown into the rock, which lights up from time to time from the sparkly juice oil lamps, shows a blurred and indistinct interior. The children, who have become used to life in the cave and are already able to venture deep inside it, say that that piece of rock is alive. If you try to shine a light on it, all the way inside, you would see a tiny human face there. But of course, no one takes this serious, especially since nearly for a year and a half they spent in the dark, which means that their eyesight is completely destroyed. Adults go out from time to time for provisions, but they never venture as far as any of the nearby villages. The villagers treat them like ghosts, living for them as if by accident, through some oversight, bags of flour or potatoes, or something to eat behind their bars. In April 1944, someone threw a bottle into the hole leading into the cave. Inside the bottle is a piece of paper that said, in a messy handwriting, "Germans are gone." They come out blinded, shielding their eyes from the light. They have all survived. And in the post-war chaos, most of them managed to emigrate to Canada, where they tell their story, so improbable that few believe them. Do not light a candle. Remember, you once told me how you Your mother's village, there was a woman who did not fully die. Oh, yes, that's true. My mother said she kept breathing. She just got smaller. It was our great mother. In the end, it was as small as a child or a puppet. They left her in the cave.
Πώς περπατούσα μέσα στην παγωμένη πόλη, θυμήθηκα εκείνο το συγκεκριμένο βράδυ στη Θεσσαλονίκη, όταν το πνεύμα μπήκε για πρώτη φορά στον Ιακώβ. Ο Ιακώβ ήταν βουτυγμένος στον υδρότα και ο φόβος είχε θαμπό στα μάτια. Και ο αέρας γύρω μας έγινε τόσο πυκνός, μου φάνηκε ότι κινούμασταν πιο αργά και μιλούσαμε πιο αργά, σαν να αιωρούμασταν μέσα στο μέλλον. Και όλα τότε ήταν αληθινά. Τόσο αληθινά που όλος ο κόσμος πονούσε, γιατί μπορούσες να νιώσεις πόσο δυσκίνητος ήταν και πόσο μακριά από το Θεό. Και τότε και εκεί, νέοι και άπειροι, ήμασταν στη σωστή μας θέση. Ο Θεός μας μίλησε. Και τώρα είναι όλα ψεύτικα. Ολόκληρη αυτή η πόλη, ζωγραφισμένη ελαφριά σε ένα πάνελ, όπως ζωγραφίζεται το φόντο για τις μαριονέτες στα μικρά θέατρα της αγοράς. Ένιωσα πολύ παράξενα. Είχα έντονα την εντύπωση ότι όλα γύρω μου ήταν ψεύτικα, ότι ήταν τεχνητά. Σαν ο κόσμος να είχε ζωγραφιστεί από κάποιον επιδέξιο καλλιτέχνη σε καμβάδες που είχαν κρεμαστεί παντού. Ή για να το θέσω αλλιώς, σαν όλα γύρω μου να ήταν επινοημένα και από κάποιο θαύμα να είχαν πάρει τη μορφή της πραγματικότητας.
Thank you all the teams. Thank you. Yeah, I will write you. Thank you.